You know, I don't even know if I'm ready. I don't even know if I'm ready. Go ahead and do this. You know what it is. Am I ready? I don't even think I'm ready. It's not y'all that ain't ready. It's me. I'm not ready. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's Steven Drew. Welcome to another episode of the Andrew Rochester Experience. It's going to be episode. Turn the volume down. It's going to be episode 731, something like that, I believe. Sunstruck Part 3. We're going to continue with some of the video edits. And I don't know if there's ever any like long rendering times. I'm going to go ahead and work on the comic book since, you know what I mean, yesterday's comic book stream didn't happen. I was like, do I just do a comic book stream because you know how much of a priority that is? Or do I do a video edit stream today? One of my growing on me type of streams that I do. And, you know, why not do a little bit of both? If any of the videos that I work on has a long rendering time. So you'll see I have the comic book sitting here nice and, oh man, look, this painter's tape is so delicate. You know what I mean? Ready and waiting for me, just in case. And, you know, what else do I got? What else do I got going on here? Oh yeah, I guess I'm not ready because I gotta do some, I actually gotta set up all the video editing stuff. So, before we do that, you know what I mean? Well, let's just let Riptor do his thing over there, right? I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I feel a little bummy. I was gonna be late, and then I was like, I already didn't stream yesterday. I'm not about to be late today. You know what I mean? So I got me some food here. I'm just gonna eat, and I'm gonna talk at the camera. You know what I mean? And y'all can see, you know what I mean? I'm all extra healthy with mine. But I'm not gonna leave y'all hanging. You know how I do it. Let's see. Oh damn. That actually is gonna do something. Oh wow. It's a cloudy day out here. I never know how bright the light is, and then I forgot I don't have my art light on yet, so you know what I mean? It's even more dark than it usually is. I just cook a little random something. You know, no big deal. But I don't want to leave y'all hanging. You know what I mean? This is a video edit and chill stream. Right now we're just chilling. We're gonna get to the video edits as soon as we're done chilling, right? So, it's funny. Death Stranding 2's coming out, right? We all know I'm a big Metal Gear fan, and I'm a big Kojima fan because of that, and I'm a big Death Stranding fan because of that. Now I always liked what Kojima did. Like, he went through a lot, like whatever. Like I don't know, like I don't understand it, but you know what I mean. Business, good business, bad business, artistic and creative, and you know what I mean, like scandal and all that. Big fan. So I'm watching like my, you know what I mean, because I don't play video games. I'll sit there and watch them all day though. I'm watching like the third, fourth, maybe fifth playthrough, ever since the first Death Stranding came out. I'm watching that playthrough, and it's super interesting, man. This game hits a little different after watching it, rewatching it like 3-4 times. This is kind of like why I like to watch gamers. Sometimes it's because the gamer themselves, like the person who's playing the video game. Sometimes I like to watch playthroughs with zero commentary. I don't even know what the person looks like who's posting, like their account and all that stuff. Like they don't have a voice, they don't have a face, they don't have nothing. They just straight up put videos of them playing video games. You know what I'm saying? So, your boy, I've been watching this while I was super busy all day yesterday. I wasn't busy watching it, but I did have it playing in the background, which a playthrough of Death Stranding while I'm like doing a million things, not gonna get into it. I mean, if it prevented me from working on the comic book, you know, it's like, you know it's busy, right? You know it was important. So I got this playing in the background. I'm watching it. The game hits different on like the 5th, 16th watch through. It's like a good movie. You know what I mean? It's like a good movie. Like when you watch a good movie and then you watch it a second time, and sometimes you watch it a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 18 times later. You know what I mean? The game is different. I could see all the controversy when it came out, but now that it's had time to sit and rest, and we're on the verge of the sequel coming out. About now that we're on the verge of the sequel coming out, I'm watching this and I'm like, it's a really good game. Like, I thought it was a cool game to begin with. I thought it had like interesting ideas and concepts and stuff like that. I'm looking at it different now. You know what I mean? And certainly the teasers and the trailers and everything on the sequel coming out definitely has fed into how I'm looking at this game during this playthrough right now. I often don't really talk about what I'm watching in the background, but I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what I'm watching in the background right now, right? This game hits different. I'm not a gamer. I don't game. You know what I mean? Anymore. I can't afford it. I got priced out like 10, 15 years ago. Can't afford it. You know what I mean? I never been. You know what I mean? Like, so reviewers and other people that play through and commentators and all that other stuff. Well, say what you want. Say what you want. But say what you want about, like, oh, it's a movie, the cinematics are long, and they are. And you know what? If you have like a busy schedule and you only got like an hour to play, and then there's a 45-minute cutscene, or however long some of these cutscenes are, I don't know, because the whole thing is a movie to me, so I don't see the difference between gameplay and cutscene. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's understandable to me, to anybody with that kind of schedule, to be like, the game's not for me. because I don't have the kind of time to just be sitting around for hours. You know what I mean? To play for an hour, to get that hour of gameplay in, while also having another hour to sit there and watch cinema. Like, I get it. You know, maybe something could be done about that. People say shorter scenes. Why not just be able to save mid scene, and then, like, you know what I mean, pick up a game and let the game pick up where you left off in the scene. I don't know what sort of scripting would be required of that, but you know what I mean. If you only got an hour and then you're 50 minutes in and you're about to get into a 50-minute cutscene and you're like, wait, I gotta leave in 10 minutes. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go back to work. I gotta go do this. My kids are gonna wake up. Like whatever it is, whatever the legitimate reason is that somebody would have like a genuine problem with it. I'm not talking about all the gamers who it's their life and their career to just sit there and play video games all day. I don't want to hear you cry about, oh, the cutscene was not, like, who cares? What are you doing? You're not doing anything. You got no kids. Like, so, but some people do have, you know what I mean, genuine lives that they need to go through and do, and they genuinely don't have, you know, time. So I understand that bit of critique on the video game, which is fine. I already been on record talking about, I feel so bad I'm not going to be brushing my teeth. I'm just going to go here all lunch breath on you. I already been on record talking about Death Stranding in the beginning. I got the concept art book. I love it. I love the concepts in it. I've showed it off on here multiple times. But I have talked about like somebody's critique on it as far as like the environments go, and not necessarily the natural wild environments. I think all that stuff is beautiful. I don't care what anybody else has to say, right? People are allowed to think whatever they think. But as far as like the structures go, you know, somebody had a commentary on the structures, like the buildings and stuff like that in Death Stranding. I kind of agreed with them. They all look the same. You're going across the entire country, East Coast to West Coast, and back again. You know what I mean? And everything kind of looked the same. The environments did, but the environments look good, so who cares, right? But all the buildings look the same, and it's like, I'm not going to completely turn on that, but I will say this game does hit different, especially since it's the first effort. You know what I mean? And I gave it that the first time that I kind of watched through this game, and first time I talked about it and all that other stuff. But it kind of hits different. It being the first one, maybe they just didn't have everything. But now I'm starting to think, okay, it's the junior effort. It's not even the junior, it's the freshman effort. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Maybe production just didn't allow for all of the bells and the whistles, which is fair because this game was already incredible back then. I think it's even more incredible right now. The sequel is lining up to be a step forward in a positive direction for this game. It seems like whatever feedback Kojima Productions would have heard, seems like they would have adhered to a lot of it. And I think the sequel looks phenomenal. So I'm rewatching this first game, and I'm thinking about all the critiques and all that stuff, right? And I'm just like, yo, for a freshman effort, it's not bad. Even with the critique of like all the environments look the same, I want to step away from just solidly agreeing with that critique of all the buildings look the same. They do. But I'll also explain as to why that's it's not an issue, but why it's a nitpick. It's a nitpick. We're getting nitpicky. We're picking nits. The nits are picking. We're so nitpicky. And it's fair, you know what I mean? Because that's when you know you got something great. Is that when people have to nitpick. People nitpicking. I'm gonna nitpick this. I'm gonna nitpick that. Like, people nitpicking. That's when you know you got something that's above average. You know what I mean? Because it's so good, people like it. It's so good that people hate it. And it's so good that you have to nitpick in order to be able to give enough of a negative critique. Not that negative critiques are all that matters. Like we want good and the bad, and we want honest breakdowns and things like that. I don't think whatever I'm about to say now is something I could have said as a watcher. I ain't never been. I don't game. I'm broke. I don't got the money. You know what I'm saying? Kojima, send me a PS5 and send me a game. Send me the video game, whatever. I will make that the first game. I'll make the sequel. I'll make this the first one and the second one the first games I play on stream. That might even be the only ones I ever play on. But you gotta send them to me. Alright, I'm broke. Can't buy it. Can't afford it. Don't do it. I'm just gonna keep talking and then talk about how I can't afford to play games and I don't play games, but I'm gonna be sitting here talking about it, and I want to be fair about it. So I'm not gonna fully retract that all the environment buildings all look the same, because they did. I'll give you the pros and cons to that. Production, whatever. I'll allow it. Phenomenal game, production, time, all that stuff. Couldn't make the buildings on the East Coast look different from the buildings on the West Coast. Holograms are all the same color. You know what I mean? It's like everything was under one singular unified brand across the entire country, which is a little scary. You know what I mean? When you have like a small location branded, kind of makes sense. It looks like this here. It looks like that there. Same thing here, but it looks like that there. We have cars, we have cars. We have blue cars, we have blue cars. Our color blue is different from that color blue. Things like that. But when you have a brand that stretches across the entire thing and it's the only brand that seemingly exists within a world, I get it. Especially on the scale of a country, like a big country at that, America. It's a big country. You know what I mean? There's bigger countries out there, I get it, but it's geography. Look at me. So, but fair, phenomenal game, freshman effort. I'll allow it. Here's where things get a little bit weird. because I'm rewatching this again. I haven't watched it all the way through. I kind of made it far. I rewinded, kind of made it far again. I just rewind it again. I'm watching through. I'm kind of like a third through. You know what I mean? Whatever. Historically, like, some of the same things have happened in the Death Stranding world that's happened in our world. Makes sense, right? We all pull from reality. Art imitates life, life imitates art. Now, World War I happened. Whatever that early war was, World War I, World War II, where you know what I mean. You gotta go in, you gotta fight Cliff Unger. You got the Scolio soldiers with them. You know what I mean? Those mean stages right there. What are there, like 3 of them or something like that? Like, so it's like, okay, we live in a world that seemingly has a similar history to ours, leading up to about World War I, and then who knows what happened since then to allow technology to get to where it is, whatever year they're in. And so from like a World War I-ish year to about whatever year they're in, whatever's happening there, things could have changed, but things changed so much. Now the game, interesting enough, starts with that commentary. The game starts with, once upon a time there was a bang, and then it goes on to say, and then there was another bang, and then it says, and then there was the third bang. The commentary, you know what it says. The game starts like that. You know what I'm saying. There was a bang, there was a 2 bang, and then there was a 3rd bang, and the third bang has changed everything. I don't really know who, what, when, where, why, or how that 3rd bang happened. Sometime in between World War I, whatever time they're recording their, you know what I mean, what life is happening in the hold on. You know, but I've been watching this game. I'm looking at all the characters. I'm looking at all the critique. I'm looking at everything. You know what I mean? Menus, information, the dialogue, the exposition, and not even bad exposition. You know what I mean? Exposition. That word seems to carry like a negative connotation to it. Not even bad exposition. Like exposition. Don't try to say that word a lot. Exposition is good, you know what I mean? Show don't tell, but also sometimes you gotta tell. It is what it is. They're clever. Now that I know the game, I've seen it a lot. You know what I mean? I go through the concept art book a lot. The dialogue in the game. All the interactions that were seemingly, at least on like the first watch through, because I can't play, I don't have, you know what I'm saying, watch through, like, didn't really make sense, didn't know the ending, didn't know where this was all headed to, and really, I'm looking at this first game of Death Stranding right now, like, oh, it's establishing a world, and this world is mad different. Like, sure, maybe things were very similar to our own by World War I, but so much has happened in our reality since World War I. Like, I think even the Metal Gear series probably kind of starts and picks up from World War I, if I'm not mistaken. And the Metal Gear series kind of has like a timeline since World War I. More or less. You know what I mean? Where Death Stranding seems to have like a timeline that's not really delved into, but it has like a timeline that's seemingly similar to our own up until World War I. And then we don't really know anything about what happened after World War I, besides anything that may have happened to any of the specific characters in game, in the first game. Except for like there was a third boom that changed everything. Big boom, the third one, the Death Stranding event. You know what I mean? Now I'm looking at everything, and I'm starting to understand the world a little bit more. And now that I'm kind of, you know, because I'm watching it like 1,000 times now. You know what I mean? I can't afford to play it. Yo, Kojima, send me both the games. Send me a console. You know what I mean? What? How could it hurt? How could it hurt to just see me be like, you know what I mean? I ain't played a game in like 50 years. So I'd probably die immediately. I'll stumble over the first stone. Walking simulator failed. You know? Hey, I'm watching. This game is hitting so different. Now that I'm kind of seeing everything, I'm like, I get it. I get it. Now that I know how the story ends, watched it multiple times. Because I watch things, I don't watch things. I'm listening. So I'm really hearing the dialogue, and I'm like, oh, they just dropped that, and they kind of just said it nonchalantly. But that's like a thing, and it's leading up to this. See, before I always looked at the main characters, because I'm a character guy. Like as far as me being an artist, I'm into 2D animation, character art, or 2D character animation. I resonate with characters a lot. Environments and props, that's a thing that's only grown on me since I started doing this live stream a few years ago. So you know what I mean, like environments and like I'm getting to the environment stuff. I still haven't gotten there yet. Like all that stuff is like kind of like grown on me. But as far as like the gameplay, the characters, and everything else goes, like it all seemed a little bit silly until like now my 10,000th watch through.
We are controlling transmission.
It was like, okay, this was a great game in a capsule. This was a great game in a capsule. The first one. The capsule being the universe that was created. Everything that's established within this world's timeline since World War I, where things seemingly deviated from what we know in our reality. So, the reason why I keep talking about World War I is the technology. The technology in those cliffhanger matches are very everything that you could find within our world. As far as the World War aspect to this game goes, the World War I kind of cliffhanger stages and stuff like that, that is something that could more or less, it's very fantastical, sure, sci-fi, fantasy, sure, it's that, but it's feasible. It's feasible, and like you can make a movie just on the cliffhanger stages. You know what I mean? Like I think that's his beach. That's Cliffhunger's beach, or maybe I don't know. I kind of forget. You know what I mean? It's a lot, but either way, like those cliffhanger stages of World War I, the barbed wire, even the dolls, like just there being like something like plastic dolls, bricks, mortar, barbed wire, nails, like the World War I aspect, the gas masks, the masks, you know. Funny enough, World War I was where we as the world decided gas doesn't get used in wars anymore just because it was so devastating. So utilizing gas in a war is like is a war crime, meaning like people say anything goes in love and war. Well, apparently gas don't. Like gas happens, and people have gas masks, and it still wreaks devastation. That happened in World War I, like in reality. So you know what I mean? Like technologically, everything was still there. They had tanks and planes, so they had like some World War II elements. That's why I'm like, is it World War I, World War II? Either way, this is World War II, then it definitely still has like all the World War I technology would definitely still be in there, just because of no duh, right? One happened after the other one. So technologically, there was a great technological boom that would have happened as like maybe before the Death Stranding third big boom happened, where I feel like that the look of the environments and the buildings, how different everything is, like, or how different everything is from like our world, and how everything looks the same in the Death Stranding world, as far as like going East Coast to West Coast and back again, and all the buildings look the same, and having a brand stretch across an entire country, so that way the entire country just looks the same, the structures in the country look the same, as opposed to like all the structures looking different because they were all built different times by different architects and different things like that. Hence that critique that I agreed with. Like when the World Wars were happening, World War I, and II, all that stuff, I'm not even really all that familiar with architecture, because you know what I mean, I'm a character guy, I'm not a, you know, architect. I'm not even really all that familiar with what structures and architecture and all that stuff was kind of happening back then, and what the differences would have been from then until now. I know this much. I'm in South Florida. We got buildings that stretch back to the 1950s, and we're like, yo, that is so old. Renovate. Like living in Florida, I get it. We say 1950 is old. 1950 is after World War II. So what was happening? Like what did buildings before these old buildings look like? How many of them did we have? How many are still standing? Like all that stuff. How many of them get knocked down and then rebuilt? And then once you throw in, he's fighting the squid. Once you throw in the Death Stranding third big boom, hit him with the fire. Like, what is that? What does that look like? What happens? What does it do? What happens to culture? Because they say a lot of really interesting things in the dialogue here. In these long, windy, expositing scenes, it's to establish something. And like I said, they don't really go in depth about anything that happens before the World Wars. It all seems very similar to our own. It's only since the World Wars that this Death Stranding world seems to have deviated from our understanding of what the world is. It kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense that everything looks the way that it does. And this being a freshman effort, it kind of makes sense that there's so much that needs to be exposited in order to be understood. Could Kojima put out a book beforehand for like the book people to read about the, you know, the lore in the world and things like that? Sure. Did he know? Could they have put out other games that were maybe not as, you know what I mean, like such a polished production, such a really good, like this is a phenomenal freshman effort right here. Like could they have put out more games to expand upon the world, the lore, and all that stuff, so that way we can kind of understand everything that is the Death Stranding. Like we don't even really quite know, and maybe we do, you know what I mean, because I'm just going off top. I'm not doing any research really. I just watch this a lot and read the concept art book. Really, I just stare at the pictures a lot, you know what I mean? Yo, don't look at my teeth. I didn't brush my teeth after eating. Yeah, hold on. So, like, what technology boom happened since the World Wars? When did the Death Stranding hit? And how much time has passed since then? Because something that's interesting is, yeah, Timefall. Timefall kind of took out everything. So if you had buildings and structures and cities and things that look different, you know what I mean? Different architects, different timelines, buildings that are 5 years old, buildings that are 50 years old, buildings that are 500 years old. Timefall Timefall said, hold my beer. Like, Timefall looked at all of it and was just like, oh yeah, really? Like, Timefall looked at that and was like, all of it. You know what I mean? Like, Timefall looked at all of it and just handled all of it. Just sprinkle a little Timefall on it and watch it all disappear. I think about, like, you know, the part of the promotion in Kojima's interviews, where him talking about, and I'm not saying anything crazy here, you know, stick and rope being like important factors to the video game. Like, it's some of the earliest, some of the earliest like technology or inventions or whatever, tools, whatever we want to call them. It's some of the earliest ones that we created, and a lot of this game utilizes that. And that's like a programming thing, you know what I mean? You know, hook them with a stick, use the rope, traverse, you know what I mean? So, not all too violent, but still violent, you know what I mean? Like, could be violent. We all saw Space Odyssey, you know, 2001, with you know what I mean, the club and all that. So, it's really interesting. Yeah, all the architecture, maybe not all of it, but pretty much all of it, depending on the timeline. When the technology boom happened, when the Death Stranding first initially happened, when Timefall really started to take effect, and what sort of inventions and efforts were made to counteract Timefall, because these buildings, you know what I mean, all these buildings that look the same across the entire country. And I don't know the lore, you know what I mean? I might need to look into it. I might actually need to read more of the concept art book. I probably haven't gotten to those chapters. Those environment chapters are at the back end of the book. And I'm not really an environment guy, so I don't, you know what I mean? I just kind of like, you know, throw my trash away. About his environment as I get. Besides drawing these pictures now, right? There had to have been a technology boom because of all this craziness that happens within the game, right? you know, you got the obelisk of light that you could zip line on. You got 3D, you got hologram printers that print matter. You have matter printing holograms that can build a bridge. You know what I mean? Quick fast. You have like that's what I mean. Like there had to have been a technology boom, but the Death Stranding happened. I don't know if the technology boom could have really happened after the Death Stranding event, right? And again, I don't really know the details, but I feel like the technology boom would have happened before the Death Stranding event. The Death Stranding happened. And then because we had the technology, yeah, a lot of everything got handled. The BTs, the timefall, like kind of murked everybody back to the Stone Age. But it's not the Stone Age. Because there's these technologies that are way, you know, ahead of our own type stuff. So, I don't know, maybe I missed something the 1,000 times I watched it, but it's like, like what happened? If and when was there a technology boom after the World Wars? So much so that even though there was BTs and timefall wiping out everything that we knew, and then everything becoming new from that, as far as like the surface level that the timefall is hitting, like these buildings getting built, this technology existing, matter printing holograms, you know what I mean? Like really crazy. There was an interesting line. They were talking about the bad guys in there, not Higgs, not the bad guy, but the mules or whatever they're called. Maybe not the mules. I think the mules are the package delivery guys. But the you know what I mean, like the main characters, Sam Porter Bridges. I think they're mules. I could be wrong. But the ones who attack, you know what I mean, guys like Sam Porter who are carrying cargo, there was a line in there where they I kind of missed it a lot, or just didn't pay attention or whatever, but they were like technology made people like irrelevant. Technology took a lot of jobs away from people, and a lot of people became irrelevant from the jobs being taken away by the machines. They said that so many people had a problem with not having a job that the government started to make jobs for those people, even though the jobs were irrelevant. And now you add some history to it, timefall, BTs, you know what I mean? It's like now these people are just like the surface dwellers who are just jacking the package delivery guys who are delivering packages from city to city. This is what I'm getting to. The technology of these cities, they all look the same, yada yada, like I agree to that aspect. Maybe one company was the one who invented the hologram that can 3D print matter. Maybe that's why it all looks the same. I don't know if this game ever got into that kind of stuff. And I know it sounds like I'm retroactively, you know what I mean? But I'm actually like listening to this stuff, and I was like, yo, they gave jobs to people that were useless, and then like time continued, and generations upon generations of these people with these useless jobs are now basically they're like cavemen, like kind of like the earliest technologies of stick and rope. A lot of this game has a lot to do with like cavemen. But then there's like all this technology, and I was just thinking about this, like, and I thought about that in the past because of just the interviews of him saying, Kojima saying like, oh yeah, the rope and the stick and all that other stuff, some of the earliest technologies. Immediately my brain just goes to like, oh yeah, I guess that's the thing, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people think of the wheel as like one of the earliest technologies, you know what I mean? Which for sure is, right? But yeah, like stick and rope probably happened before the wheel. You know what I mean? They probably needed a stick and rope in order to make the wheel. So it's really interesting of the dichotomy of telling this Stone Age tale of being a delivery man in the Stone Age, where you have other cavemen like attacking you, and you're just going from like delivering packages from one location to another. It just happens to be like highly technical. You know what I mean? Like the technology is just ramped up. So you have this ramp up of technology, and then you have this way ramped down of civilization. Now this is what's interesting about the buildings and the structures. One, again, I don't really know the relation with these buildings and why they're able to withstand the timefall. Like if they have like engineers or whatever, you know what I mean? Like a cleaning crew constantly like cleaning the timefall off of it, patching it up, you know what I mean? Hologram 3D printing, you know what I mean? Every time the timefall hits it, like, is it raining? No? Alright, send the holograms. And holograms go up and then like reprint the building. Like, I don't know why these buildings are able to withstand it if the select, just like I was talking about Disney World the other day, how they had to like kind of really select and pinpoint where to build it. Like, were all these locations kind of selected and built based on where timefall doesn't hit? You know what I mean? Is that why they don't get hit by timefall? That's why they're able, at least the surface of them, be able to withstand everything? But here's something that's even more interesting. I don't think anything's ever been talked about with it. And this game, being a freshman effort, so much having to be done, all the good, all the bad, the good reviews, bad reviews, critiques. You know what I mean? People got good things to say, people got bad things to say. Like, this is a completely new world where you have, I mean, it's almost something like how I heard Cuba described once, where in Cuba you have mansions, and then right across the street, like literally there's a mansion on the road, and then right on the other side of the road you have a favela, essentially. You have like the ghetto. So you got a mansion, a 2-lane road, you know, one way this way, one way that way, and then you got the ghetto. And it's like, it's something like that. It's like, as far as this world goes, where you have the capabilities of there being a mansion existing and in operation, because every time you make a delivery, those people are there with their holograms receiving the packages, and they, you know what I mean, the machines that take the packages and move them, and people are checking on them, and they're like, hey, great job, we're talking, exposition, story, dropping little clues about the world here and there, and all of it's going to culminate in the end, but you don't know it yet because you haven't made it to the end yet. Like all this really interesting stuff that kind of talks about the world. First playthrough, surface level, yeah, no duh. Watching this 10,000 times is, you know, over years, is like, oh, oh, they did this. Oh, they did that. Oh, they warned us about this. Oh, they, you know what I mean? Like, oh, oh, dang, they were slow rolling us in on this world. Oh, and now, because we're on the cusp of the sequel, and the sequel looks fantastic. It looks like it's diving more into the stuff. Like I said, because they already established all this, they can build upon it. What I'm more interested in is, like, hopefully when they build upon this world, that they dive a little bit deeper into the world. You know what I mean? Like, if this is the freshman effort, and the sequel is the sophomore effort, and hopefully there's going to be more, like, yo, I think I heard that there's going to be, like, movies and shows and all that. Yo, throw me a comic book. Yo, I'll play the games, I'll draw the comic book. How about that? I won't even stream it if you don't want me to. Come on, Kojima Productions. But there's, like, here's the thing that I haven't gotten to yet. The environments, the buildings. How much is underground? Yeah, we're reconnecting the establishments. It makes it, and we have these buildings, much like the recent discoveries, don't know, you know, LiDAR, da-da-da-da. If the pyramids are just the tip of the iceberg of what the structure is below the pyramids, if these buildings that these cities that you're delivering packages to and reconnecting across the country, how much are they just the tip of the iceberg? I don't know about you. I don't know how many icebergs you've seen in your life. Yeah, sure, they're all different. Obviously, they're like snowflakes. They all look the same, but they're all different. But icebergs, they all look the same. If these buildings that cities that you're delivering to are just the tip of the iceberg, and the iceberg being the city, how much of a city is there underneath the ground? I don't even know if any of that has ever been talked about. Like, that's something I always thought about, because I was like, anytime I watch a lot of things, anytime I watch anything, Death Stranding, this video game, a movie, a cartoon series, reality series, a cinematic universe, anytime I ever watch anything, I'm always thinking about these things, but, like, I'm often thinking, like, how big of a world are they telling? How small of a world are they telling? How small is the story in the grand scheme of the overall world? I often think about Dragon Ball Z, just to deviate real quick. I'm gonna get to the buildings. Just to deviate real quick. Like Dragon Ball Z. We all know Dragon Ball Z. I often think about the planet Earth and everyone that's not the Z crew. You know, that's something that went missing with the early movies and the earlier episodes, like the farmer, when Raditz shows up and you got the farmer with the shotgun and the pickup truck and the dog, I think, and Raditz is just like judo chop, you know what I mean? Shot with the shotgun, it didn't get off of me, you know what I mean? Like thinking about that, one of my favorite things to think about, because it was a part of like a promotional commercial or something like that, was when Vegeta and Nappa show up. And they first show up and Earth is like, what? And they're like, send the starships, send the airplanes, send the fighter jets. You know what I mean? And we send our greatest technology, you know what I mean? Or a warplane going in, fighter jets. And Nappa is just like, alright, bet. Wow. Wow. And Nappa is literally just ripping through these aircrafts. Like, I think about that. In a world like that, yeah, it's kind of obvious that, like, a character, someone like Goku, can go ahead and, like, save the day, and then Gohan can kind of go ahead and save the day. But, like, what happens with the rest of the world? You know what I mean? Like, it's always interesting to me because these things never got addressed. And I grew up loving this stuff, and I always wanted more. And I always thought one thing, and then the show just went another way, and I was just like, oh dang, none of that stuff ever got addressed. You know what I mean? Ever, ever, ever. Even in this world that we live in today, where everything's getting addressed as far as like world building and all that stuff, Dragon Ball Z lives within its capsule. And the only excuse that I could ever give Dragon Ball Z is that it's Capsule Corporation, whatever, Bulma's dad. Like, Goku met Bulma in the beginning, episode 1, Dragon Ball, whatever it is, episode 2, maybe perhaps, but I think it's 1. Either way, immediately we're introduced to probably one of the richest people in the world, considering Capsule Corp. She's the daughter of maybe, I guess, the owner. Her dad is like the guy who runs Capsule Corporation. And Capsule Corporation is something that is like probably spans around the entire world, maybe. They never really dive into stuff like that. Like, that could be a show. A show could, like, you have like these shows like The Office. Dragon Ball Z could make an office of their own of just Capsule Corporation employees. Like, think of it like Star Wars, when you have like all the stormtroopers that are kind of like just on their lunch break and stuff. Oh, there should be a rail right here, man. You could fall right over that edge. Like, stuff like that. Like, Capsule Corporation kind of is like a big deal in the world, and the only excuse I can give why Goku's character doesn't play like the Superman role position in the world is like some sort of Capsule Corp covering up the Z Fighters actions, when even though they're constantly saving the planet. You don't ever really see the newspaper, like the Cell Saga might have been the last time you see like newspapers and news helicopters like circling and Cell just being like, or, you know what I mean? He's shooting down the news helicopter, like trying to get footage of Gohan versus Cell or Future Trunks versus Cell. Like, I think about these things, like, how big is the story, how big is the world, how encapsulated is the world, you know what I mean, how encapsulated is the story within this world. Like, I always think about these things, because I always be thinking about the rest of the world on Dragon Ball Z. Like, I don't know what a lot of people like to think about, but I imagine it was everything that I thought about in the beginning, as far as, like, power level 9,000, you know what I mean? But once it just became Goku's gonna save the day no matter what, I was like, you know, still love it. I still love it. Like, I love what the show gave me. You know what I mean? So I always love that show. And I always love the characters and stuff like that. But either way, that's what I be thinking about. And that's with one of my earliest TV shows. I think about that with everything since my early TV shows. Any piece of media, any stories, any game, when I used to play video games, that stuff. You know what I mean? So, you just delivered a package right now. He's in one of those underground bunkers. In this game, Death Stranding, we don't ever see beyond delivering the package and the delivery man having his own little room. I'm not even gonna talk about that. I got thoughts on that, but I ain't even gonna talk about that. Got a little piece of. So. We only see the tip of the iceberg as far as these buildings go. Even when he goes underground, the building gets bigger underground. I've been thinking about like Zion from the Matrix. How everyone lives underground because all the machines are on the surface, all the people being harvested for their battery power to fuel the machines, living on the surface or up top. So the machines gotta go underground to find all the people, find Zion and all that. Like all these cities are potentially Zions. You know, this city, that city. You don't know how big they are. All I know is that when you're underground, you're making these deliveries, and some of these things are huge underground. And it's like, yo, how many of these? How big are these things? You know, how big are these cities underground? How many? What's the population? What's all this stuff? You know what I mean? I always thought that these things weren't all that big, even though they were calling them cities. Like I never thought of them as populated cities, just because you don't ever see it. But it's like, oh yeah, you don't get past the front door. You don't get past the front door. You know what I mean? They're like, thank you for the package. If you need a break, there's a stool over there. You know what I mean? You got your Amazon driver just sitting there taking a nap on a stool outside your front door. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like that, but more technologically advanced. Essentially, it's like. So what is this world? This Death Stranding world? What's the technology boom? And, well, we know the Death Stranding boom. You know what I mean? BTs, time ball. But the technology boom is crazy to have hologram printers printing matter in real time, right in front of you. Just light beam shooting and then bridge. Light beam shooting, obelisk, light beam, hook a grappling hook to it, and now you're on your way. You know what I mean? All the way to the top of the mountain, or all the way from the top of the mountain to the bottom. You know, just ziplining like crazy. You know what I mean? Made me think about zip lines and like how'd they make zip lines? Like you had to like set one up and then walk for 10 hours and then just go over there and then turn, you know what I mean, a 10-hour walk into a 10-minute zip line. See what I'm saying? Like this Death Stranding world is real crazy. And I think a lot of the commentary on it was very nitpicky compared to, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I had to watch it 10,000 times to get to this point, but I'm a little bit glad. I'm a little bit glad that like I am watching this 50 million times, because I mean, there was just so much. And it's like, yo, how much did this guy create? Like, what's going on? And how much are we not, like, knowing or learning? So, all the buildings looking the same. It could be just one brand. Literally hologram 3D print, you know, matter technology inventor person, you know what I mean, created this stuff. And then they figured out the matter that they could work with in order to you know what I mean, keep these buildings up from the timefall and the BTs and stuff like that. Like, however much time has gone by, not so much time has happened that BTs are at the door of these buildings. Like, I think they have like kind of like hologram, like electric fences, invisible hologram fences to begin with. So maybe that has something to do with something. But it's like, yeah, maybe there was just one company that did it. And it's pretty utilitarian, right? Is that the word I'm trying to think of? Utilitarian, to have one company be responsible for essentially you know what I mean, creating the product that would become the thing that spans an entire country and then determines what that entire country looks like. I don't know if there's ever any one country that you can definitively say it has that same look all around. You could pick out, you know what I mean, a popular city in a popular country and be like, yeah, you know what I mean, go to Paris, France, go to you know what I mean, the Vatican, go in Italy, go to Tokyo, Japan, like popular cities and popular countries is one thing, but a brand sweeping a nation, an entire country, is wild. You know what I mean? Almost like a capsule corporation. But even that's not the case in Dragon Ball Z, you know? So it's really interesting that it's possible. It's just never been addressed. It's stuff like that I would be interested in knowing about. And I don't even think the sequel needs to tell that. I'm not going to say like, oh, if the sequel doesn't go into that, I'm going to be upset. Like, I'm saying there's opportunity for other media to go ahead and tell like these sort of stories and tell how these things happen. I was thinking about Amelie's character, or Emily, or Bridget. You know what I mean? The girl, the old, young, extinction level event, or extinction level entity. My bad. You know what I mean? ELE. I always be thinking that Busta Rhymes. You know what I'm saying? Yo, like, even her story, it's kind of crazy. Like, the main character, Sam Porter Bridges, this first game, this story is crazy enough on its own also, but like, you got the Bridget, Strand, Anomaly. Like, yeah, you get a lot of exposition at the end where she explains herself, but also it's like it's like what's that like, and I don't know if they ever dive into it with all the exposition that they did do of like her discovering it. What was her discovering it in relation to the Death Stranding boom happening? You know, stuff like that. I know they talked about like there being like past extinction events, the mammoth and something else. But it's like, what was that in relation to the Death Stranding, or was it different Death Stranding? Like, if there was 3, was like the first one where, I don't know, BTs became a thing, and then was the second thing like when rainfall became a thing, like it almost doesn't really quite make sense. And a lot of things that seemed a little weird and out of place, or just like kind of like just random cool things, I'm starting to see. I like, oh, that was little necessary visual notes. For instance, like the upside down rainbow that happens never really made sense to me. It's cool looking, but I never really understood it. You know what I mean? The best thing that I could think about is like the collision of two worlds in DC Comics, and Marvel probably did it also. You know what I mean? Where two worlds collide type thing. Like literally two worlds collide. Like the beach things, Death Stranding world colliding with our world. The weather changes. The rainbow happens. The rainbow seemed to be like a signifier for people who can't see it. Like that's the only way that they know something's going on. They see an upside down rainbow. So your average everyday person that, you know what I mean, let's be real, most of them, like 99.9% of them aren't even on the surface of the world. You know, only the mule attacking guys that are like cavemen essentially, who are like the descendants of these useless job people. Like only people on the surface, if they see an upside down rainbow, they're like, oh no, book it, run away. And then that's all they got. How long did that happen before people started to adapt and start to pick up on things? Like that's when the you know, people being able to sense them, like the main character. Like I always picked up on that in the games. Like I heard it, but it never really meant anything to me. Like the dooms, whatever they're called. You know what I mean? Like the. But then Fragile can like see them, I guess. So I don't even really quite know what that means, you know what I mean? Like, is she able to see them even without the rainbow? Like, at what point can somebody who can see them before someone who can't see them can see the rainbow? Does the rainbow happen at the same time that the person who can see them can see them? Like, the level of dooms, I guess, is what they're called? Like, the level of dooms is like another weird thing, weird place. Doesn't ever, it gets addressed, but it's hard to understand. You know what I mean? You know, because in this game, we're immediately hit with the BBs, with Sam Porter Bridges being able to sense them but not see them, the Fragile being able to see them. You know, we don't know it right away from the first time we see Higgs, but Higgs being able to manipulate them. It's like, what was that adaptation process? Was it immediate? As soon as the Death Stranding happened, as soon as we got hit with the fire, as soon as BT started attacking people, as soon as Timefall started wiping away all the architecture on the surface of the country, as soon as everything happened, did it all just immediately happen? Was it like literally a big boom where one day everything is everything, and then big boom, and then the next day literally just everyone had everything that they were ever going to have, whether it was going to be like seeing them, sensing them, upside down rainbows, BTs attacking, all the architecture getting washed away, like timeline, adaptation, generations, like after watching this a million times, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, the other day I was on stream, I was talking about sometimes I don't even have the words to know how to like find the thing that I'm looking for. Like I was like trying to find something, I couldn't find it. I was like, man, I don't even know how to look this thing up. I don't even know how to ask the question. I don't even know the words to ask the question. How do I ask this question? And you kind of got to like fine tune the question until you maybe find it. I still never found that thing that I was looking for from the other day. You know what I mean? I stopped looking. You know what I mean? But same thing with this. This world is so different. Like I said, the dichotomy of the technology, the spike in technology, but the downgrade in civilization, and we don't really know what's happening in these cities that we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg for. It's like, man, I didn't even know what questions to ask. The first watch through, I'm sure a lot of the gamers who played it, first playthrough, they probably didn't have they probably didn't even know how to ask the questions. You know what I mean? Like there was plenty of questions. Like everybody had questions. Everybody had critiques. Everyone had things to say. Everyone had an experience, which is the point, right? And you know what I mean? Me, I'm just like, yo, this stuff looks cool. I like Daryl Dixon. You know what I mean? I like the Boondock Saints. Like I like Buddy. I saw Pandora, the Pandora. Sorry, my bad. You know what I mean? That sci-fi movie. I saw Pandora. You know what I mean? Had like 5 seconds in there. I saw it. Like, you know what I mean? PT. I had a friend play that game. I watched the full playthrough of PT. Like I saw Buddy, what's his name, Norman Reedus, at the end of it. I like motorcycles. He likes Buddy. Like I'm cool with the game. I think a lot of people just were so baffled with this world that off of a single playthrough, even 2 playthroughs, even 2 or 3 watch throughs, probably still were barely even capable of creating the questions that need answers in order to better understand this world. So that way when a sequel does come out, we're not just diving headfirst into another you know, 50-50 split as far as like yay or nay. You know what I mean? Like, so that way we can establish all this, and then we can go ahead and have a sequel, and now that sequel we could dive a little bit more into the world. But it's like, what does diving into a world where you don't even know what questions to ask in order to have answers, know that the sequel is going to be providing you with a more better experience, because now you get to understand the world better. Because understanding the world a little bit better is gonna raise the experience some. Because not understanding the world better is gonna raise the questions. And the questions that people probably are incapable of even asking upon first playthrough, upon second playthrough. Now the sequel is upon us. It's what, coming in like a week, a month or something like that? I don't know. I don't play games. I got priced out of playing video games like a long time ago. I'm too broke for it. Kojima Productions, you need to send me a PlayStation with the first game and the second game. I'll make them the first games I'll play. Hey, you know what I'm saying? 1, 2, 3, kick. But it's like, I don't know, with this new cast of characters, I don't know how to feel or care about them. The Elle Fanning, the, you know what I mean, the Snake, not Solid Snake guy, you know what I mean, Italian dude, whatever. See, now we're getting into episode. I'm just getting into episode 3 with Fragile. I think this is where she goes into a story or something. You know what I mean? Shout out to Leah Sadu. Leah Sadu. Pronunciation. Apologies. There's X in there somewhere, right?
1, 2, 3, kick it!
I feel like this being a freshman effort, the capsule that we're in was so small, and this world that it's in is so big, that there's clearly questions, and a lot of people just didn't know how to ask, what questions to ask, because it's not like I watched this stuff all day every day for years on end and heard everyone's opinions, but I haven't heard anybody really asking these questions, as far as like, why were things so similar in those World War Cliffhanger level times, and why are things so different now? What was the spike in technology? Who's responsible for it? Why? We kind of got an explanation a little bit as to why the civilization crumbled the way it did, but we don't really know what civilization is because we don't ever get to see anything past the front door to the city. You know what I mean? Kind of explains as to why being a delivery guy in this world is such a big deal. And that's almost incredible in its own to be able, because that was something that people made fun of. Like, oh, you just play delivery guy, you're yeah. It's a little, it can be dangerous. But to make it this compelling, like, I wonder where the story began for Kojima. I guess he's the writer, the creator, like, he created all this stuff. I wonder where it was for him that he started. Did he start with the Sam Porter Bridges character and then build from there? Did he start with just the stick in the rope, no character, no world, no nothing, and then just build from there? Did he start with what seemingly is the same start as something that was something like a Metal Gear, where Metal Gear kind of starts with the World War I, World War II era, and progresses with a history forward that we can now kind of detail? And this being, like, did he start with the World War I, and then be like, hey, some stuff happened? Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's really crazy, and it's really good. I'm kind of judging it less, as I've been doing concept art for my thing for some years now. It's like, I'm starting, well, I always knew to learn to respect inventions, technology, and things like that, to be like, to understand that things look different. The way that I did that was by knowing that I didn't know that stuff. I know I don't know this stuff, that's why I gotta do studies, that's why I gotta do these things. Enter the Bayonetta study, enter airplane studies, enter, you know what I mean, marine diver studies, fighter pilot apparel studies, Frazetta just studying the hips on characters, just doing hip studies. Like, I know enough to know that I don't know anything, therefore that's how I show that I respect things, is by going in and doing these studies and learning about them, learning a little bit more. Not even becoming a master, not even becoming whatever, but this is how I show the respect. I gotta sit there, I gotta research, I gotta look things up. Train yards. I'm drawing train yards now, what am I doing? You know what I mean? I always knew I was going to, and I hated it. I hated the idea of it, but now I'm doing it, and it's like, alright, now how can I have fun with this, so that way I don't hate it? How can I respect this enough and know it enough in order to be able to
We are controlling
change it up enough so that way I can enjoy my time. Because, you know what I mean, with everything that I'm doing, you know, my little comic book here is like, it's gonna be some train yards. I kinda gotta learn it. I definitely didn't start with train yards. And that's what I mean when I say, like, I wonder where Kojima started with all of this world building, because the world is so unique that I feel like, I just personally, I haven't seen anybody asking the question. You know what I mean? Outside of, like, just the ignorant stance of, like, oh, you know, she was wearing blue, now she's wearing red, and this means that, but what's that about? Like, or, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we have to watch him shower. Ugh. Like, why? Yeah, that's a big boat. So, like, I think it's really interesting.
transmission.
You know, I even go so far as I've been like starting to question Timefall's position on the planet, because it is like rainfall, so it's like rain, it's like water, it is a liquid, and it does fall down like rain. And what's our relationship with rain? It soaks the earth, it can create mudslides, it can expose limestone, sinkholes, lakes, rivers, oceans, you know what I mean? What's the relationship with timefall and regular rain? It seems to be like there is no more regular rain, like all of rain is just timefall. Like there's no regular rain no more. Like, you know, in this world you have pollution, you have acid rain, but then like you also have regular rain. Most of the rain is just regular rain, but then every now and then you got some acid rain. You know, there's some snow levels in here, there's some hail. Is that timefall hail? Like you get hit with a icy timefall? Does that affect, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Snow is water. But is there timefall in the snow? How did timefall affect everything? Like, is it affecting the water? You know what I mean? Like, are people like aging faster because they're drinking water? We need water to live, and we gotta get water from somewhere. But there's timefall. What happens when it rains over a lake? Like, we get our water from a lake, I think. Like we have lakes and fresh water, and then we take the water from the fresh water source, and we filter it, put it in a water tower, provide water for people. Maybe some of us put it in bottles, whether they be plastic or glass, you know what I mean? Like, does timefall not rain into the lakes? Once timefall hits water, is it timefall anymore? Does water cancel out timefall? Or does timefall affect the water? Does water age? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it hits your hand gets wrinkly, it hits your hair turns gray. It hits the grass gets old and dies and then grows new. Like, does the timefall mix with the water? Is it only timefall when it falls from the sky? How close do BTs have to be? Do BTs have to be close? I don't. Regular rain, timefall rain. You know what I mean? What I'm getting at is, if we need water to live, and water is the thing that's killing us quick in this world. You know what I mean? Like there was a big boom, BT, timefall happened. Now you got to go ahead and drink that water. Now you grew up, you had kids, your kids are grown up, you're a little bit of an old man, and now you got to drink water that started getting filtered after the timefall event. You already drank all of the world's water that was fresh before the big boom timefall event, and now you got to drink the water that's being processed in facilities that, for whatever reason, didn't get washed away by the time. Like, how are people surviving? How long are they surviving? How fast are they aged? Like we need water to live, but water's the thing that's killing us. These cities are just the tip of the iceberg in the city. Maybe, perhaps, I don't know, it's never been addressed as far as I really know. The population levels and, you know, the size and scope of these cities that are subterranean. Like, is there a way to wash off timefall? You know what I mean? Like, timefall affects the earth and it soaks into the ground. But at what point does it stop soaking into the ground and now you got, like, regular earth underneath it? You just gotta rub a little bit of dirt on it, and then the timefall is crypto byte a day, keeps the timefall away. I mean, crypto bytes is the thing. I'm not even there yet, you know what I mean? But again, there's, I don't know, after so many years, it's like, wow, so a lot of these questions haven't been asked. I don't know if these questions are going to get answered, and we got the sequel coming out. Looks rock and roll, though, you know what I mean? With Higgs going crazy, and like, I'm looking forward to it. I'm just wondering if it's going to be another deep dive into, like, oh no, I'm so confused, I don't even know what questions to ask for the next few years again. Or if it's going to be like, alright, now that we're in this world, let's start exploring as to, like, what civilization is, what it's become. It's really crazy. Yeah, I didn't even get into this, the BBs. You know, because I'm watching this, and, you know, for the 10 millionth time, and Del Toro's character explaining the BB situation. Like, we all heard it the first time, like you know, still mothers, stillbirths, the you know what I mean, like the babies, and like how crazy of a civilization, like I'm thinking about it like on some Doom stuff. Like y'all know those Chalamets, Timothy Chalamet movies, the Doom movies with the Zendayas, you know what I mean? All them, those Doom movies. Like, I researched those things, learned about the books, learned the stories and all that stuff multiple times. Super cool, you know what I mean? What's his name? Robert Herbert, something like that. The author, either way. In that world, in that universe, like, you have the planet X, and they just call it Planet X because it was Planet 9, so the IX, the Roman numerals to represent 9, meaning the 9th planet, something that's like a Pluto. Somebody, you know, civilization started to to develop there, but they started developing this crazy technology of birthing pods, and it was more or less, it wasn't confirmed, but it was kind of said that the civilization there rose to have men who ran the planet, and women just became these vessels to just keep producing kids, where women weren't actually like participating in civilization outside of just birth. More or less, it's really creepy. It's really creepy. But that's the Dune universe. Like that's like way, you know what I mean, way out there. That's not like planet Arrakis, you know what I mean, the Fremen type stuff. Like this exists in that world, in that universe. Like I think they got a whole lot that goes on in there. But that's just one of the elements, and that's what I mean as far as like this science fiction, this world. We got a little bit of a capsule of a story within a world, and people aren't like I don't hear nobody asking no questions, and I'm watching it for, you know what I mean, the 100 millionth time, and I'm like, you know what I mean, finally just now getting around to being able to ask questions. Now that we have like a really cool looking sequel coming out, I'm looking forward to maybe perhaps one day getting a concept art for it. But you know what I mean, Kojima, send me give me the PlayStation and the games. I'll play them. I'll make them the first games I'll play on the stream. How about that? But the BBs, the way that Deadman? His name's Deadman? Del Toro? Sorry, I was writing. Earlier. Is it Deadman? Die Hard Man, Deadman. There's Fragile. There's Mama. There's Heartman. Deadman. Yeah. Del Toro's character. Die Hard Man, Heartman, Deadman. It was like a Mega Man franchise, yo. Yo, why haven't they developed a Mega Man version of this? You know what I mean? They did Mega Man vs. Street Fighter. You can't do Mega Man vs. Death Stranding. Get a little bit of a Kojima production, Capcom collab going on. You know what I mean? Just have Mega Man pull up. I mean, the worlds almost look similar. You know what I mean? Technology-wise. Why not just have Zero and X pull up on Sanford Bridges? Like, you know, Deadman's the boss, Die Hard Man's the boss, Heartman's the boss. Yo. Either way, when Deadman was explaining the BD situation, I was like, yo. I was like, this world is sick. like this universe is crazy. Because on first watch through, I'm listening to it, and he's like, yeah, you know, still moms, stillbirths, comas, and, you know, 28-week-old babies is here and there, and that's why we're able to use them as little battery chargers to get us and do the thing. I still don't even really quite understand what BBs do. I think they help people see the Death Stranding. The BBs help you see the BTs. You know what I mean? Something like that. So like if you were somebody, all you can see is the rainbow. Whenever the rainbow happens, you're like, oh no, rainbow, I can't see nothing else. And then you're out of here. And then Fragile over there like, no, I see the whole thing. I'm out of here. And she just disappeared. She bam. You know what I mean? And then you're like staring for the bridges, and you're like, you see the rainbow, and then you get like goosebumps. Like, I guess BBs are the thing to help anyone and everyone, perhaps, see the BBs. But then it's also a little bit weird because it's like, you have that first mission, the first mission in the game, where you have the dude who's like, yo, we gotta get rid of this body, it's gonna do that thing, it's gonna void out. And then, it's like, that's why we need you, main character, because you can sense them, at least. Like, I got a driver, I got a co-driver, and I got me. And not one of us can see these things. We'd be lucky to see the rainbow. The co-driver, he's colorblind, he can't even see rainbow. Like, something like that. I don't really, you know, like, that's why we need you, main character, because you get the goosebumps. You know, we need your goosebumps. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, and then he was like, you know what I'm saying, going to Revis, you know, ride, this, and he's like, you know, he's like, I can only sense him. I can't see him. Like, what you need me for? Just go, you know, chuck that body over the mountain, right? Like, yo, why don't they just get catapults and just catapult these bodies? You know what I mean? Just be like, yo, you know there ain't nothing out that way? Let's just develop catapults. So anytime we wrap someone up like a mummy, we just set them down on the catapult and then go, pull! And then looking like Ozymandias in the Watchmen sequel, you know what I mean? Just catapulting bodies. Oh, yo. You're gonna point out real quick. They're like, no, we need to get the guy who can get the goosebumps so we can drive this thing. Alright. But still, they're like, yeah, we need you with the goosebumps. And he's like, I only get the goosebumps. And they're like, that's fine. Check this out. And then he lifts his jacket, like, you know what I mean? Like one of them 80s selling fake Rolexes and fake Gucci bags and all that stuff. Like, he just like, check this out. And then he got a BB with him. I think it's the BB that you played with the entire game. That you got that one. So you get introduced to BB, and it's like, well, you got the BB. Why do we need the BB? Why do we need this? You got the BB. Really weird. That might lend itself to one of those things that I was talking about as far as like we were getting introduced to so much, so early, so quickly in the game, where it's like, dude, I can see them, I can't see them, I got a BB, void out, the BT, the time fall, like, all of it, right now. Can I just... Can we just play the game? Can we do level 1, Timefall? You know what I mean? Me on the motorbike with a rain cloud chasing me. You know what I mean? All right, cool. Timefall, level 2. BTs. I'm on the motorcycle. Oil slick. Wipe out. Timefall. Got to keep moving. But surrounded by BTs, so I gotta keep moving, but I also got to move slow. Like, alright, that's level 2. We got Timefall established. I know what it is, I played it, you know what I mean? I didn't have to watch 45 minutes of a movie. I got like a 5-10 minute stage. Even though this is the most polished, it's the greatest, one of the greatest freshmen ever on the planet in existence. Like we could have got a 5-minute level as opposed to a 45-minute movie. Something like that. and then we could have got another 5-minute level, and then you know what I mean? So that way we get that, we get that, we get that. You get past the BTs, you're like, okay, I know what a BT is now. I know to avoid the rain, I know to avoid the BTs. I'm 30 minutes into this game. You know, maybe Fragile, like I forget the events, if Fragile happened before or after the void out. But let's say Fragile, and then Fragile shows up, and you're like, man, yo, hot chick, I'm just trying to deliver this to that place. Like, I just wiped out on my motorbike, hot chick. Like, and she's like, yeah, but can you see that monster right there? What monster? No, Goosebumps. And be like, oh, I can see my goosebumps though. What's it look like? It's scary. She's like, you know H.P. Lovecraft? He's like, nah. It looks like that. I don't know what that is. Timefall wipes everything away. You know, reestablishing the timefall from level 1. Getting introduced to the hot chick. And then level 3, Dooms. You know what I mean? Like you play a little level and you're like, it's you and her, and y'all are like playing whack-a-mole with the BTs, and she could see them immediately, and you could only sense them barely, and you gotta react to like your goosebumps and be like, goosebumps, react, it's gotta be over there. Goosebumps, react, it's gotta be over there. Like, and then she's just over there like, whack-a-mole, whack-a-mole, I can see them all. That's level 3. Or maybe she just saves you. You know what I mean? She's like, yo, I run Fragile Express. Hold my beer. like, you know, level 3, like it's built into the game that you fail level 3 because Fragile has better zooms than you. But then, like, she's like, oh wait, I can't fight that one, and then your goosebumps just hit your whole body, and then she's like, deuces, and then she like disappears, and you're like, you know what I mean, like Zero and X and Mega Man X1 when Zero just like kind of comes in and saves you from Vile, and then he's just like, peace, and then like he just kind of bounces, like Fragile would kind of just bounce, and now you're there with this BT, and you're like, wait, why can I? And then you just gotta book it. Now you're running from a BT, you know what I mean? And you got like the puddle, and maybe a little bit of rain, you know, a little thunder, a little lightning, and then you just like, just run. Some BTs you gotta creep, and then some BTs you gotta book it. You know what I mean? Like something like that. I don't know. That's level 3. Hey, we're 1 hour into the game. I'm on level 3. I got to break up a 45-minute movie into, you know, 5-10 minute chunks and add a little mini game to it. Hey, Kojima, maybe that's the thing. I know your sophomore effort is already donezo, but hey, maybe your junior effort, you maybe start to implement mini games into your storytelling, so that way people are engaged in the movies, so that way they can watch a movie, round 1, fight, and then, you know what I mean, play a little mini game, get a little bit of story, and then, you know, 5-10 minute movie, level 2, another little mini game. You don't have to even do this at the beginning of the game necessarily. Anytime you ever put in a 10-hour long movie in a video game, you can just tell the story that you need to tell and create a video game out of it with like a really fun, simple video game, like a little mini game. You know, like Resident Evil has like those little puzzles. You know what I mean? To break up the monotony of just like zombie. I can't see around the corner. Zombie. You know what I mean? like to break up the gameplay, to break up your cinematics. You can throw a little bit of a little something in there, you know what I'm saying? Throw a little video game my way. You can give me a little job. You can like let me work on a little bit of your story explanations, you know what I mean? What's up? Like, we're an hour into this game and you're on level 3. And now you've learned to avoid timefall, don't damage your package, sneak around BTs. Level 2, level 3, you got people out there that's way more experienced and skilled than you. Like how 0 is to X in the beginning of Mega Man X. And then, you know what I mean, you it's built in that you get whooped by Vile. You know what I mean? It's built in that you get whooped by the first creature in Elden Ring. It's built in that you get whooped by the first monster in Dark Souls, Demon Souls, one of them games. It's built in that you get whooped by. It's built into the game. Level 3. Hey, you're not ready for this. There's some crazy stuff. You need to up your game. Level 3. You know what I mean? And now level 4. Hey man, we're an hour into this game. I'm on level 4 already. I done watched like five little nice little movies with dialogue and Lace the Dude looking all good. You know what I'm saying? Lace the Doe. There's an X in there somewhere, right? And I'm an hour in and I got to play a video game because I got 2 jobs and a wife and a kid, and they already made fun of me because I play video games, and now I just need these 30 minutes to myself for a little bit. Everybody wants to sleep, and now this is my me time, and I get to play a video game, and this is one of the greatest games in the world, and I can't wait to like beat it. But for right now, it's like I'm just gonna be like playing like this little mini game portion, level 1, level 2, level 3. You see what I'm saying? So level 4, now it's like, no, I'm running from the BT. I'm running from the B. I don't have the gun. I don't have the gun. Lace the Dude had the gun, and she disappeared. I don't even know how she did that. How'd she do that? She disappeared. She didn't leave the gun. She took the gun with her. She took the umbrella, took the gun. She was Mary Poppins. She clicked her heels twice and went to Kansas. Like, she's gone. And now you just hear with the bummy boxes and your bike spilled out. You got BTs eating your bike. You know what I mean? Your bike just got ate by the BTs. And now you got a giant monster that you either can or can't see. You can't even see because you don't even got the BB yet. There it is. And now you're like, oh no. You can see the footprints though. So now like you were outrunning timefall and sneaking past BTs, and then getting pwned by Lisa Dude looking all hot, and now you gotta run from footprints. And now it's like level 4, big old footprint, squid tentacles. You know what I mean? Footprints, squid tentacles, footprints, squid tentacles, and you know what I mean? Maybe make another video game out of it where you gotta like jump over those squid tentacles, and then you kind of gotta go to the left and right side of the screen to avoid. You know what I mean? And now this is a walking simulator. Hey, you gotta avoid those rocks. You better spam being able to see the blue dots, the yellow dots, the red dots. You better know where to run while this hand comes down, and then this hand comes down, and avoid that rock. And squid tentacle swipe, and you gotta jump over. Is there a jump button? I don't think there's a jump button in this game. Sequel. Maybe the sequel, you got a jump button. I don't know. Metal Gear series didn't need a jump button, did it? It didn't. It just had an action button. action button. Jump over the squid tentacle monster. You're running, spamming, blue dots, yellow dots, red dots. Avoid that rock. Hand comes down. Avoid it. Another hand. I'm on stage 4 and I'm on the edge of my seat, level 4. I'm an hour and 20 minutes into this game, and I cannot believe it. I don't even know what's going on yet. I just know 4 mini games, or 3 mini games, I guess. And then you deliver the package. Then you get introduced to BB. Then Buddy's like, yo, I got a BB, dog. And then you're like, well, what you need me for? And it's like, it's gonna get crazy. And you're like, I just got done with crazy. Nah, it's gonna get real crazy. It's like, round 5, fight. Like, it's like, oh, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And now you're on level 5, you're 2 hours into the game. The player already died once or twice because they didn't know how to spam the red, yellow, and blue to see what's safe to run and jump over the tentacles and avoid the hand stomps. You know what I mean? It's hard enough. You know? Just trying to throw people that complain about the cinematics alone, because I can't afford to play the games. I got priced out of games like 10, 15 years ago. But, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people didn't like it. I'm just offering a solution, you know what I mean? Is it the greatest solution? Yes. Is it the only solution I ever heard that anybody say that kind of made a little bit of sense? Yes. I mean, you could even have like mad fun with it because they're mini games and because they're so inspired by retro gaming. You can make them even look like retro art. How cool is all that pixel art that I've seen over the years of Death Stranding, and they kind of pixelated everybody and it looks cool. Hire those artists and make some mini games, you know what I mean? But yeah, the BBs, when Del Toro's character is explaining the BBs, I was like, this is crazy. Because now I'm thinking about the cities. Now I'm thinking about like population. Now I'm thinking about where these people are. I'm thinking about all the deliveries that you make and the people that you see when you're making the deliveries. Thinking about all the people that you come across and you see the mules and everything in the world. And I'm just like, how common are BBs? Like, I understand they're not that common because Buddy had to be like, yo, check out the BB, yo. Like, I get it. It's not, you know what I mean? But BB's kinda gotta be something like a Rolex. You know what I mean? BB's kinda gotta be something like a Phantom. You know what I mean? Like, BB's kinda gotta be something like a Bentley. Like, BB's kinda gotta be something like a you know, a G6. Like a BB kinda gotta be something like how common are BBs? Because they seem to be common enough that it's an everyday vernacular in this world. But also, man, is the story of BB so dark. Like, oh, it's so gnarly. It's so gnarly. It's so gnarly. Like when Del Toro's character, because I know it wasn't his voice, it was just his look, and then they hired somebody that. But when Del Toro's character was explaining the BBs, I mean, great job, by the way. You know what I mean? Because, I don't know, I think I've seen the Del Toro interview, like, I think he sounds like that, so kudos to the voice actor, even though I'm sure they were a Latino as well, you know what I mean? when he's like, yeah, you know, the mom's in a coma, and BB over here, and they're like, I think he says the BBs like kind of stay that way, like the BBs don't ever grow up, and I was like, oh, human rights violation, oh, that's like on the level of euthanasia, that's like on the level of those real controversial issues that people talk about politically. Oh, human rights. Ooh, like I was like, yo, the babies don't. I think like the babies don't grow. Like the baby don't get to be a BB, and then it like kind of grows, and then they're like, you can't be a BB no more. Just throw him in the tank, and then let him be a baby, and then he'll grow, and we'll raise him, and then he'll be somebody. You know what I mean? Whatever it is. Like they get. And then, like, the babies are still in the mom. And again, this is another thing about the world building. I'm like, they're like, yeah, he was like, the mom's in a coma. The mom's in a coma. You know what I'm saying? The baby ain't even developed yet. The mom's in it, like, you know, consciousness. There's no consciousness there. You know what I'm saying? This is all just technology. These are all just tools. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean? Like I'm like, yo, like, Del Toro, you are wildin' right now. I was like, nah. I was like, plus, how is this working with the? Is the BB in the pod, or is the BB in the womb? Again, the hologram technology of being able to project the BB in a womb that's in who knows what country, or what city, what state. Again, more world development capability here, or availability here, of like what's the location from mother to BB to BB device, what's the Wi-Fi signal to the hologram being sent, you know what I mean? You know, it's like you start on the East Coast with this BB, you went all the way to the West Coast with it. The BB just chilling the whole time. I mean, what's the range on that Wi-Fi, on that hologram Wi-Fi, dog? You know what I mean? Maybe, you know what I'm saying? That could be another game mechanic of like, Wi-Fi signal is low. I only got 1 bar here. The baby crying. Oh, does anybody got some applesauce? I could feed this baby, because that's gonna be applesauce is gonna be the only thing that's gonna make this baby happy on 1 bar of Wi-Fi over here. I can't rockabye baby it to happiness because I'm only on 1 bar. It's not gonna feel the rocks. You know what I mean? I'm gonna sing to it, but it can't hear. I need 2 bars for me to be able to like rockabye, like to sing to the baby. Like, is the baby in the pod? Like the actual physical baby? Or are we just looking at a hologram? Again, the hologram technology. A baby in a pod is just a hologram, but a hologram that could 3D print a bridge in a matter of minutes, seconds, hours, whatever, you know what I mean, the time lapse is for that stuff to happen. I don't know if it's in real time or what. Like if you build a bridge, does the time just speed up so that way they can build the bridge fast for you, but also like some time has been, you know what I mean, like it was double time because you are trying to deliver packages on time anyway. So like if you're building a bridge, you gotta wait for a 3D printer, you need that 3D printer time added to your delivery time because you can't like walk across some water at the same pace that you can build a bridge, what to do, unless the bridge is being built in a matter of seconds, in which case you have hologram technology that's building bridges over rivers in a matter of seconds, a minute, real quick. If you want to build a bridge, then you gotta get down with it real quick. Like, I'm delivering real quick. Like, the technology is insane, and the outlook of the human rights of like, it's a 28-week-old. They're not even really saying baby. It's not a baby. It's more like a BB. Like, babies have rights. BBs. Alright, but what about the mom? She's okay. She's in a coma. We got nurses. You know what I mean? They're updating their liquid IV bag, and you know what I mean? They got applesauce in the drip. You know what I mean? Yo, someone get some applesauce in this comatose mother real quick so the baby can be happy. He's only on 1 bar of Wi-Fi stat. Like, he's been rockabye baby in that baby for 5 minutes, and now he's almost running late on this delivery. We need him to get because the client, you know, we need to get some add carrots to the applesauce so we can make the baby really happy. The baby prefers carrots, but also apples work with all babies. You know what I'm saying? Make a mini game out of just being a nurse in a hospital that gotta feed all these comatose mothers, so we can see what that looks like. Does it look like the Matrix, where you just got like towers of beds with comatose mothers in them with BBs? Like how many BBs are there on the planet? Are there as many as there are the Lambo Murcielagos? You know what I mean? Like, how many BBs are on the planet? Or, you know what I mean? Like, is there like an Air Force One of BBs? You know what I mean? Like, is there like the BB? Like, if the BB that you get to have is a bummy one that they were like set to dispose, which is why they're like, are there just babies out there? It's not a baby. It's more like a BB. Is there a BB out there that's like, nah, we need more babies like this baby. Like, whatever this mother did with this baby, whoever this mother, like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the exchange rate on like baby performance? Like, I don't know. Does a certain race interact with Wi-Fi signals better? like what are the stats? You know what I mean? Like, yo, all I'm saying is that I don't know if people like gave this Death Stranding the respect that it deserves because of how unique the world is. Again, we were connecting cities, but we never got past the front door. We traveled across a country, but we never got to see anything outside of a hotel room, essentially. You know what I mean? We got attacked by these dudes that are essentially cavemen, but they're dressed like Doom characters. all the buildings look the same. I'm not gonna complain about that anymore. Who invented that? Who invented the hologram technology? Not like we need to know who did it, but like how effective it is. It should definitely be a part of the world building, right? Like as far as like delving deeper into this world and understanding. I don't know. All I'm saying is I'm watching a playthrough for the 10 millionth time, and I like it. I you know, with the concept art book and everything, like I've come across this game and I'm a fan of Kojima, and I'm a fan of like his works, including like the Metal Gear stuff. You know, I'm really interested in his work. I posted on X recently about Kojima, because there, you know what I mean, there was a report that came out recently about like, oh, he's getting greenlit for more games, he's getting greenlit for a movie, he's getting greenlit for a series, he's got some things going on, he has plans to do this, that, and the other, he has a million ideas that he's gonna leave to his crew when he dies. Like he has like a work crew that he's put in his will of video game ideas, like all this wild stuff, and it's like he's a really interesting person, you know what I mean? And he creates really interesting games, and the games are received more or less good or bad. Like I said, I'm not gonna foul anyone that critiques the long movie cinematics. Like, I get it. Like me being an animator, me being in the movies, even more so than games. But now I'm into games because, well, I've always been into video games, but I always separated the two. Like, I was always into movies more than I was into games. But games becoming a lot more like movies with the fidelity and the storytelling and all that other stuff. And this is why I still really enjoy retro games, because not only is it the nostalgia, but it's also just like, it's a video game. It's a game. It's fun. Games. Fun. You play games. Fun. Like, so when we deviate from video games and we start to enter into cinema's a different thing. And this post on X recently with Kojima is like, he wants to make movies that are games, he wants to make games that are movies, and then he wants to do, and I think it's all really interesting. I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, that it's whatever, you know, who knows how much he gets done, how he does it, and who knows if people are even gonna know to ask the right questions when these things first come out. I mean, I'm asking these questions. I never heard anybody really ever talking about this kind of stuff. I don't research it and look into it, but as far as I know, I'm the only person to ask like several of these questions about this game. You know, most people aren't going beyond critiquing it, and then they gotta go play 50 million other games. And then, you know what I mean, they said what they said about Death Stranding, and they don't ever have to say nothing again, and we'll wait for the sequel, so we can go ahead and say something about that one time before we play 50 million other games. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. But also, I think the game is, Death Stranding is so interesting that people failed it. And I'm not even saying like, oh, Kojima's that much of a genius. I'm saying he created something that was so encapsulated that even years after its creation, just a handful of years, not even that many years, but you know, in the grand scheme, not that many years, but still, even within our lifetime, it's significant. The any amount of years, even with a handful of years, I don't know if the right questions have ever been asked. And what I don't want to say scared, what I'm most interested in seeing with this is, because these questions weren't asked, perhaps. Maybe they were, and I just didn't see it because, you know what I mean? Like, I'm over here drawing pictures. People are playing a million games, I'm drawing a million pictures. You know, Genius and Drew, socials, follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Hey, like, if people didn't ask the right questions, Kojima's gonna do whatever he wants to do, but I would hope that there's a little bit of him that's interested beyond what I've heard someone say is like smelling his own farts. Like beyond just him doing what he wants to do, but beyond him just being like, I want to do this and I'm gonna do it now, and I want to do this and I'm not doing anything. Like I hope, regardless, I don't know the man personally, you know what I mean? But I hope that there's just an inkling, at least, of a bit of him that's into receiving the critique and making adjustments according to the critique. I'm not saying like, oh, if someone says something, you gotta change your behavior, absolute. Like, I'm saying like, there's a communication happening. In cinema, we communicate. I say something, you say something. It's a dialogue. You know what I mean? If it's a group chat, then it's a group chat. But it's still a dialogue. It's a dialogue scene. You created a game, people critiqued it. It's a dialogue. You said something, you made a game. People critiqued it. They responded. I would hope that there's an inkling within Kojima to receive critique and not adjust his whole world, but just be like, I hear you, and here's the sequel, and now this is my response, and now I said something, you said something in return, now I'm saying something again, and now we're all chomping at the bit to you know what I mean, play the game, watch the game, get the concept art book, look at my, I forget what episode it's on, but I got a picture of the Kung Fu Panda 1 movie concept art book on my cover of one of my episodes of you know what I mean, the Andy Golachevsky Experience. And in there I talk about the quality of the Kung Fu Panda concept art book. You know what I mean? Looking forward to the concept art book. I always love Kojima stuff. Just, you know, Yoji Shinkawa is always involved. I love his work, so I'm always gonna be there for that. But then also, like I said, the world is so interesting. You know what I mean? That there's always a good visual development for it. So yeah, looking forward to the concept art book. Like we're all chomping at the bit for this new game. You know what I mean? More or less. But everyone's gonna play it. And because these questions weren't asked initially, and possibly because the game was just so over the top, such a great effort that people didn't even know to voice the question, for Kojima to hear it in time to create a rebuttal. Like I said, I don't want to say I'm scared or I'm worried for the game, but I just wonder when we do get this sequel, like I said earlier, if this is going to be just another deep dive into a over-the-top mind game, or if it's actually going to start addressing some of the things that it established in the beginning. You know what I mean? Is it because Kojima wants to make video games and turn them into movies? Because Kojima wants to make a movie and turn it into a video game? Because he wants to do this and that? Because he has a million ideas he's going to leave in his will to his team? Because of all of this. Like,
We are controlling.
Like I'm interested in now after watching it 100 million times. I wanna see if he's gonna, you know what I mean? Be able to explain the world a little bit better. Where does timefall start and stop? Does it affect the water? How does it affect the water? Are people drinking water? How are people living at all if they're not? Or are they just living really quick? How long is the lifespan on average? Now with timefall,
Controlling transmission.
technology because people had a critique on all the cities looking the same, are all the cities going to continue to look the same? Or are all the cities going to start looking different now? Is that going to be explained, or is that just going to happen? No explanation. You know, how do holograms 3D print stuff? Like, how does a non-matter print matter? Very interesting to me on a recent episode of the Electricity Experience. Go ahead and check it out. I forget which one it is. I think it was while I was drawing trains, though, train stations. So maybe it might be one of those episodes. Are people going to? I talked about turning an apple into lightning, and then turning the lightning back into an apple, like impossible stuff. You know what I mean? Talking about those sort of ideas of impossibilities. I was talking about hammer space, things like that. Which is why I'm not talking about the bedroom thing that happens in this game, where you get to, you know what I mean? Like, you don't get to see the city, but we got a room right there for you. You go ahead and you go into that little efficiency and you take your shower. You know what I mean? You have your nap and your nightmare. Like you go ahead and do that. Are we gonna be able to see the cities? Are we gonna see? Are we gonna learn how many BBs there are? What type of commodity is the BB? Are BBs even necessary when you live within a city, or is it just something for people that are above the ground? How many jobs are above the ground? You know what I mean? Besides being a mule or a carrier and someone who attacks the carrier. You know what I mean? It just dealt with America. I mean, something that's a little bit more obvious is, like, are we gonna see other countries? Like, are we gonna expand into Canada, Mexico? There's some scenes that you go on a boat in here. I'm on a boat. Like, do you take a boat across the ocean? Do you see what all the other countries are going through? How connected is America at the end of this game, and how, you know what I mean? Like, how, I don't even really quite remember this game. Like as far as like how it ends. Like, I kind of always like just stop it. Not stop, but like my memories kind of just stop after the fist fight with the little rock'em sock'em robots with Higgs. Like, that's where my memories stop with this game. I don't even really quite remember how it ends. Like, what's the result as far as like extinction goes? Because obviously we got a sequel, so we're not extinct. But like, what's happening? You know, are we gonna get more history of what happened between like the World War time and, you know what I mean, like the Cliff Unger time, and, you know, let's say either the technology boom or the boom, the third big boom, the Death Stranding event itself. You know what I mean? Where everybody got hit with the fire. Like, are we going to see what that day looked like? Like, what did that day look like? You know what I mean? Like, did it look like that Exo Primal game where you had like dinosaurs raining from the sky? You know what I mean? And then you had like mech suits that were just like blah 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 blah, throwing up like electro shields, like invisible electro shields with just swarms of DCs and just blah blah. Like that's another game. There you go. You know what I mean? Another Capcom Kojima crossover. You know what I mean? Just cut me a check because you know you want to steal my idea. You know, just cut me a percentage. You know. Like I wonder if any of that stuff gets talked about with these new characters. What are the returning old characters? Like I know Heartman is in there because he's fighting in the Magellan, whatever it's called. You know what I mean? You know, like just everything that I addressed. Like I don't. Like, are we gonna dive more into that world? Like I was talking about Doom, that planet X, where it's very cold and scientific. Are we gonna dive into these cities that are bored underneath the earth? And are we going to see just how cold and stiff these cities are underneath? Like, this is what civilization has become? Is the story going to turn into, like, hey, this is what it's become, we need to, like, not be this? Because we're becoming male monsters that are only using women to create these, Bentleys? You know what I mean? Rolls Royces? like, so we could commune with the aliens, like what? Yeah, like I don't know. A lot of interesting questions, and I just wonder, if any, what we're gonna learn. You know what I mean? Hopefully I'll learn to ask questions before the third game comes out, because there definitely will be. It's just too much if Buddy's already getting deals and he's already, you know what I mean, working with Jordan Peele, he's got Physics or whatever that's called coming out, and making games, movies, and making movies, games, and he wants to do that whole thing. Like on my post, I talked about how crazy it is, like that even he has to go through that. Like he has to break through that mold, and I think it's commendable. I think it's great that he wants to push. It's not even pushing the technology, I don't think. He wants to push. It's not content creation per se, but he just wants to push creation. He wants to invent something. That's something like a movie, something like a video game. Like he wants to invent something. I think it's commendable. And yeah, I guess my only hopes to wrap this up is, like, I would hope to catch on to whatever it is that he's doing sooner. Not that I want to know and care, and like I'm gonna hack his files and see what he's doing in his system. Like, I mean, like hopefully I could read this world that he's created a little bit better, in order to be able to ask questions a lot sooner and maybe hopefully see whether or not there's an inkling within him to receive critique and to address critique in the form of, you know, within these creations that he's creating. And you know what I mean? If he wants to invent something like these video games as polished and as great as they look and as great as they are, and it's misunderstood for us. I think it's just one step in the phase of him being someone who just may invent something new, like when video games were invented, or like when the internet was invented, or like when movies were invented, or when, you know what I mean, animation was invented. You know, yeah, sure, shadows on the wall, shadow puppets, you know what I mean, and puppets and theater and all that stuff has always been around. But you know what I mean when I say these things were invented. He clearly is trying to invent something new, and there'll have to be a word that's invented in order to explain whatever it was that he created. I think, you know what I mean. I would hope to be able to like catch on to that sooner, and you know what I mean. Hey, how much does the PS5 cost, man? It can't cost you all that much. Or PS6. Where are we at now? With these things? You know what I mean? Like, I know you got like 100 copies of them games sitting around in a warehouse somewhere, man. Just shoot me one of them, you know? I'll play these games. I'll make them the first games I play. Even before I get on these Switch Street fighting games. Welcome to the stream, man. What are we like? 2.5 hours in. Almost 3 hours in. Let me go ahead. And try to see if I'm even ready to start doing some video edits. You know what I mean? I don't even know where I left. But now that I'm starting to open up software programs, who knows what's gonna happen. Let me see. Here. Enjoy this. Y'all look at my face a moment. Enjoy this one. Enjoy some Rip Tour. You know what I mean? Part 3C, Part 3B. Yo, how many parts I got to this stuff? How many videos did I edit last week? Yo, what is going on here? What am I doing? Okay, I got a Part 4 I can get to. It's a 5-hour long video, so that'll keep me busy for a minute. Let me see where I'm at with After Effects. Part 1. Part 2. That's where I left off. Part 2, because that was a super long video, right? Yeah. And as soon as I jumped on that, like my system said, oh, because it's a lot of information. Alright, so I think I'm on Part 3 on some After Effects. On some After Effects stuff. Let me see. Part 2. Did that. Part 3. Let's go. just did this. Part 3. I don't even know what it is. Let's find out together. So excited. Oh, dang. Hold on. I forgot I need to set all this up. Man, I need to set all this up. Hold on. Did I say we're on part 3? Part 3 and part 3, I think we're doing good. Right, this is Sunstruck part 3. Working on the old episode part 3. Yo. Yo, what is that? Why what are we doing? Why are we, what happened, Reggie? Yo. lights on and then the lights off. The background there. That's what's up. Looks like there's still light and bright out here. It's one of them cloudy days. So it's been started off dark and getting light. And lighter the later it is. It's crazy.
Yo, check this out.
Alright. It's not gonna take that much time, but I can at least try to set up
1, 2, 3,
some
break it down.
drawings. You know what I mean? I think I got this page.
One, two, three, kick
I think I
it.
got this page like ready to go as far as
One, two, three, break it down.
oh nice, yeah, this one right here. So that's
1, 2, 3, kick it. One, two, three, break it down. One, two, three, kick it. One, two, three, break it down. One, two, three, kick it.
extreme
1, 2, 3, break it down.
thumbnail size of the layout at the very least. I'm gonna pull that up for myself. Still got a little bit of time. You know how I do it. You know how I do this, man. Got the video rendering. I'll start drawing. Don't worry, I'll switch over to the art once I get this camera set up right. Looks like it's pretty much there already.
Controlling transmission. Controlling transmission.
Oh snap. That's right.
We are controlling transmission.
Man, I feel so bad I didn't get to work on the comic book last week. And yesterday, I just got wrapped up in something so much that I didn't get to stream at all. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just hate when the priorities are not the priorities. Don't know if y'all remember. Oh, y'all can't see it. Pulling up on my old references.
Let's remix it. Yo, check this out.
3, break it down.
Get busy. Get busy. Get busy. Get busy.
1, 2, 3, kick it.
Don't
1,
wanna
2, 3, break it down.
Get busy.
hit y'all with the TN, you know what I'm saying?
Get busy. Get busy. Get busy.
1, 2, 3, kick it. One, two, three, break it down.
Get busy. Get busy. Get busy. Get busy.
1, 2, 3, kick it. One, two, three, break it down.
Get busy. Get busy. Get busy. Get busy.
1, 2, 3, kick it. One, two, three, break it down.
We are controlling transmission. We are controlling transmission.
render. More time for me to draw. How you doing, chat?
Let's remix it. Release the hostages now. 3,
Almost there. There we go. What time is it? Oh, dang. Hey, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. Give me a second. Give me 2 seconds, you know what I mean? Count them. Count the 2 seconds that you gotta give me. Oh, dang, hold on. There we go. How's that look? Don't look at my feet. Yeah, don't look at my feet. Yeah, how much, hey, anybody who's reading, hey, hold on. Hey, let me turn the snare down on my headphone. Hey, anybody who's reading One Piece, how much do I look like? How much do I look like? Yeah, I don't even know that character's name right now. The story in One Piece, there's a character. I don't even know his name right now. His introduction. You know how One Piece does it when a character gets introduced. They do the whole plaque with the name and the rank and the power level and the this and the that. And they're like, this is who this character is. How much do I look like that one old dude sitting there? You know what I mean? Yo, Oda, why are you drawing me, Oda? Why Oda gotta look at my feet and draw? Why Oda looking at my feet and drawing me? Yo, don't look at my feet. Yo, come on, Oda. Why you looking at my feet and then drawing me like I'm one of the gods' knights? What's his name? I don't even know his name. You know what I mean? But roses got thorns, though, don't they? More fragile, man. Don't worry, ladies, dude, you still looking good, man. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't let that rain get to you like that. But how much do I look like that God's Knight, the One Piece right now, the way he was introduced like that? snap. Combat veteran Mads Mikkelsen. Good. Dang, it's only on episode 4. That was the whole fragile episode? That's crazy. Crazy. Alright, so they already got like those Wright brother airplanes in the war scene. So that might be World War I, but I think it's World War II, right? Nah, Red Baron would have been like World War I, right? Yeah. My bad. I'm all watching this thing. I should be gone. Let me do this. Oh snap. He just made an assault rifle just like that. That's crazy. That man just said. assault rifles. Yeah, see, like these trenches are very reminiscent of World War I. But I mean, they did have trenches in World War II also, but... These sets are so cool though. You know what I mean? Just being in the trenches at close quarters like that. Wild. You know, it's funny, something I noticed in Death Stranding, I don't really quite know what it is, but in a recent stream I was talking about the Dino Crisis 2 remake, and I was talking about they had like pterodactyls, or you know, something like pterodactyls kind of flying overhead, or insinuating that they are, by having shadows fly over the environment, so you can see the shadow of a pterodactyl pass over you. It's super interesting, right? Same thing. Death Stranding has moments, and I don't know if they're supposed to just be birds, but you get like a pretty big shadow. Not pterodactyl size, but a pretty big shadow of like a flying bird, I'm guessing, like flying overhead. You can see the shadow kind of pass over the ground. Just a neat little detail there, you know. But unlike what I was suggesting, like it doesn't go anywhere. You don't hear the birds squawk or caw or anything like that. You only see the birds in the cinematic in the beginning, and then maybe a shadow here and there, because I don't really know if I recognized it before. But yeah. I was just thinking about the planes passing overhead. And oh yeah, there's gas going on in the background, so that's got to be World War I. Wow. Yeah, trenches, gas. Look like that Wonder Woman scene, you know what I mean? Wow. Trench warfare was something else, yeah. You know, a lot of dysentery happened in the trenches for obvious reasons. Reasons that are obvious to us now, you know what I mean? You know, just that collection of moisture, you know? But then, same thing, not a warfare, but the Panama Canal, with open water being there, not the canal itself, but having drums for holding down material or whatever, like they had just open barrels of water on the production of the Panama Canal. And that's when we learned about like mosquitoes setting up, laying eggs and stuff like that in open bodies of water, like puddles of water, still water, just sitting out exposed to the elements, like mosquitoes would lay. So then whatever mosquitoes produce, whatever things mosquitoes gave us, Nile fever, whatever it is, like we learned it then and there. But yeah, could you imagine? You got dysentery in the trenches, you got gas on the outside of trenches, not to mention like no man's land and just getting got. That's crazy. He was going for my BB. Oh, it's finished. Dang. Hold on. see, man. This whole mama introduction scene is taking a hot minute. Like the cliffhanger introduction didn't even take all that much time. But the mama introduction, you know what I mean? Like that's taking a hot minute. As far as like long cinematics go, I'm not complaining about it. I think it's cool, but people have made complaints about the long cinematics. So it's like, could you insert a mini game in place of this long cinematic? Is there a way to introduce the idea of, you know what I mean? Mama's character is actually kind of interesting, as far as like, you know, this game being all about making connections and her having this umbilical cord connection with the BT baby, and then her having the connection of the twin. It's almost like there was two stories there that, you know what I mean, they just combined and said, hey, instead of making these two separate characters, why not we just have the twin story and the mama story? But, you know what I mean, the twin story and the baby story be one thing or something like that. You know what I mean, because her character kind of has like this two connection thing going on, where she has like, you know what I mean, where most of the other characters are pretty much like singular. You know what I mean? As most characters are in most things, they're all very singular for the most part, as far as like what they represent and what they do and all that other, you know what I mean, play their part and stuff like that. They all kind of have a single role, where Mama's character seems to have this double role of being able to exposit the BT baby story, as well as her twin story. You know what I mean? Like, could there be a mini game of Norman Reedus running into like a little invisible baby and being like, and you know what I mean? Is there a way to do the flashback scene? You know what I mean? Of Mama just getting out of the rubble, whatever she did. You know what I mean? Like a little press the button, get the rubble off. You know what I mean? Any way to get a little mini game going? I don't know, maybe play as the BT baby for a second. Try to you know what I mean? Try to fall into Mama's arms. You know what I mean? And she's over there like get over here, BT baby. Get up. You know what I mean? And then you got a kind of like pachinko machine or whatever. You know what I mean? Your way down. You got a pinball and land in the Mama's arms. I'm just being silly. No, I'm just being silly. My bad. Let me stop. Yeah, that fragile jacket is so cool though. Was that ever like an item you can buy? There's gotta be like some fake on eBay. But I mean like is fragile jacket just something you can get? That jacket's so tight. Yeah, this video is gonna take a hot minute. So I'm gonna relax into this one. Whoa. Where did that come from? Hold up. Just one sneeze. Uh-oh. Yo. Yo. That was crazy. Oh, powerful sneeze coming up out of nowhere, man. What is that? What is that? Yo, I gotta refill my water. Hold on. Not even halfway through rendering that video. still don't really quite understand Mama's whole. Oh, that's hilarious. Zip me up.